All right. Um, hello. So, congrats on being early, silly. I appreciate it. But I'm streaming Vivid Stasis. Let's hope I can do the puzzle this time. I I don't promise. I do not promise that I'm not gonna search the answers. But you see, I was sitting here eating McDonald's. I almost forgot that I had a stream today. An internet connection. Why did it just tell me that an internet connection was required? Is my Wi-Fi okay? Is okay, now what is my model doing? Um Disappears on you. I had this off to the side doing something else while I was waiting and got jump scared. I'm sorry. So I actually tested my audio this time. And my audio is on, I assume. Yay, you're back. Yeah, I had to recalibrate my model. Because for whatever reason, it's doing weird stuff. You would think I'd do this before stream, but nope, I'm choosing to be picky right now. Anyway. Oof. Alright, let's begin. This. The truth is seen. As we rode down the elevator, I felt a large amount of energy leave my body, and I leaned on Allison's shoulder. Sorry, I'm just tired. I can't blame you, but you're doing really, really good, you know? I'm really proud of you. You're doing really well yourself. It's almost like nothing phases you. Nah, it's a lot to take in. I think I just process stuff way more internally than you do. Not that being external about it is at all a bad thing. It's just different, you know? Yeah, I get you. The elevator plummeted into the depths of the unexisting building. It was a long, long ride. Finally, the elevator came to a stop, and the doors opened into a dark hall. The basement hallway of the Sunrise building, though it was as dark as the other halls we traversed on our way up to the 17th floor, had a completely different atmosphere. It looked like a hall you might see in a horror video game like Silent Hill. Gee, I wonder what in real life game they could be referencing here. As Alice, I love how they like make references to real world stuff, but they barely change it enough to dodge copyright. Like, that's great. Um, as Allison and I walked Along the dark hall, our footsteps reverberated across the walls, as if judging us for being in a place we should have never have ventured. But we were here, and we aren't turning back until we found the horrible truth that this place housed. At the end, at the end of the hall was a single door. The woman who had turned our lives upside down in just a single night was standing in front of it, waiting. Dawn opened her mouth as if to say something along the lines of "took you long enough getting here," but decided against it. "I'm running out of time. The World Keeper has noticed what I'm trying to do." "Who is the World Keeper?" "Pretty much my polar opposite. I'm here to guide you to the truth, and she's here to prevent you from finding it. So I don't have time to explain more. I'm sorry." At this, the figure of Dawn began to flicker and glitch out. It looked as if she was disappearing from the world itself. Saturday. Inside is the truth at the center of everything. It doesn't explain all the questions, but it's the biggest answer. It'll be hard to face. But please, for your own sake, you have to. Dawn? Dawn? Dawn was no longer present in the room. It looked like she had been torn apart from the world itself, but given everything we've learned, that doesn't seem right. She's probably been relocated by whatever that world keeper thing is. Allison and I stood in silence for a bit, waiting for her to come back, but she never did. Do we go inside? I don't know. As if that was really a question, I placed my hand onto the rusted door handle and turned it. The light of the truth seeped out of the room. Pretty. In another place, a violet-shaded shadow morphed into the fabric of the environment. I figured you'd catch on sooner or later. On the other side of the room, the World Keeper stood, anger adorning her face. "Oh, that's Suki?" I thought Suki would look similar to Saturday. 'Cause, like, they're sisters. My jaw hurts. Um, what the hell do you think you're doing? Why are you so surprised? I'm doing what I'm supposed to be doing. I'm fulfilling the reason I exist. And you thought I would just sit here and let you put her through that? No, but I knew I could keep you busy long enough to give me a head start. Don't give me that shit. At her furious words, Suki swung her hand around her back. A large group of energy particles formed around it, and a long glowing shape took form. It was a scythe formed of resilience to protect the order of the world, a weapon used to wreak death by being wielded by death itself. The cycle ends here. Oh, now it's my turn to say my lines. Dawn raised her own arm, and in it, particles of narrative resilience turned to face the truth gathered. In her hand formed a much shorter but equally powerful weapon. It was a pistol, small but just as effective, like a detective might use. Dawn twirled it around and landed same of the fire square on Suki's chest. Did anyone ever tell you this bad idea to bring the scythe to a gunfight? The opening move was made. One shot fired, of course. That bullet was never going to hit anything other than the wall, but someone has to make the first move. Suki flew into the air, gracefully, but with an offensive intent rather than defensive. She brought her scythe down towards where Dawn was standing. Dawn dodged out of the way just in time, just like she had done so many times before. The fighting continued. Seconds go by. Minutes, hours, days, weeks, months, years, full cycles. Most not even realizing this point in the narrative. Slight alterations in the altercation, subtle movement changes, but the screenplay remains the same each time. After all, there's no need to sweat the small details. There isn't even need to describe the details at all. After all, this couldn't matter to them anymore. Surely you've realized by now that all of this will never end? It was just a game, a cruel game of eternity that neither player could leave. Ooh. Then what do you suggest we do, Liberator? We can't just abandon our purposes and give up everything. Oh, it reconnected. Hello? Um, is my stream still on? I hope it is. Um, the live stream on my screen still looks like it's going. Staring down at the truth, Saturday read. She read and read and read. Yeah, sorry, were you also glitching? No, I think, um, I got a notification on my computer that said OBS Studio disconnected and reconnected, so that's why I was so worried. See, last time when I streamed The World Ends With You, it disconnected right as I decided to do the side quest. I think it's YouTube on my... that's debatable. She read and read and read, and she sobbed. She screamed. Only Allison was there to comfort her. Why? Who put us in this fucked up eternity? I want out. Please, just any kind of miracle. I don't care who. I don't care what. Oh my goodness. At some point, Suki's voice had started coming out of Dawn's mouth. No, it was more than that. It was my voice. It was also hers. The fighting continued, the crying continued, fates forever entwined in a Mobius strip of life, death, and repetition. Yes, only a miracle could save us now. A blessing from higher power, a gift from the heavens itself. Whatever the form it may take, as I sat here observing, all I could do was pray for a miracle, and then everything was reset once more. Wait, I'm sorry, what? It just ends there? I could have finished this last stream. Is there no chapter 2? Wait, no. Is there no chapter 5? I guess we're just sitting here waiting through the credits then. Unless it's one of those fake out credit scenes. And there's still more we can do, but like, and make this last, but quick play again, maybe it's like Oxenfree. I don't know what Oxenfree is, but we'll see after this finishes. That's wild. I thought there was gonna be like a puzzle. Wait, no, there has to be more, because there's an achievement for chapter 4 and so on. The music is a vibe. Like, that's interesting though, isn't it? What if this is the ending you give because it answers at the start? Yeah, those answers have to have some kind of significance. Because, like, judging from how the dialogue is, there has to be some kind of connection with the player and the game. Pardon tap noise, that was me trying to get the popping boba from out the cup. It appears you've reached the end. Is this how you want it to be? From here, the cycle resets once more, and with it, the fates of Saturday, Allison, Chio, Kotami, and Erdi enter the roulette once more. An intermission cannot breach frozen time. I warned you of this at the beginning of everything. And yet, I feel as though you may not be satisfied with this end. Well, if that's the case, there might be hope for us yet. Scour everywhere in that what you've been given up to this point. Read between the lines, specifically between the 19th and 20th lines. Search for something important, and then come back here. We will surely No, we have to create a new future. The 19th and 20th lines. So, does that mean, so, I guess we reread these? Like, I'm gonna try it. Though it was already... Can't think of anything better. Yeah, probably. Though it was already our second day in Tokyo, it was our first chance to actually go out and explore a bit. We'd spent the entirety of the 17th recovering from jet lag and a general exhaustion from packing everything up and moving it out of our temporary home in Kagoshima. So it wasn't until today we actually had the chance to get out of Ikebukuro. Ikebukuro Station. Wow, so this is what a subway station in the big city looks like. Sad, it's not that different from the ones down south. We just never ride the metro line. Sure it is. It's all in the vibe. And as a certified vibes expert, I proclaim that the vibes here are totally different. How are you making that sound with your mouth? Kotumi laughed. After a while... After a while, I learned to stop questioning it. I'm surprised you haven't, Allie. You've known her for way longer than I have. There are some things about the nature of reality I haven't come to terms yet. Yeah. Kotami walked over to one of the automated kiosks and printed 3 tickets, one for each of us. It was just Kotami, Allie, and I for today. Eri and Chio had stayed back at the apartment to go over the facts of the case once more. I would have liked to stay with them, but I can admit my energy might be a bit of a hindrance for someone trying to think something through intellectually. It was probably best to let the detective do the work, so Kotomi, Ali, and I grouped up and decided to take the Yurakucho line to Chuo to check out the Ginza shopping district. I'm sorry. Kotomi walked back and handed us our tickets. This is only valid for one trip. We'll get longer tickets on the other side. Got it. Kotomi scanned our tickets for us and we walked through. The ride to Ginza Ichome station was about half an hour. The train we were on was decorated with a lot of cute advertisements and decorations. Wow, this could be the future of public transportation. These are all things we have on the other metro line Saturday, you just always take the bus. I glared at her jokingly. You're ruining my whimsical sense of discovery. That's bad vibes, Allie. Allison sighed but chuckled. Though the ride was uneventful, just looking out and seeing the sights of the capital of Japan as we rode through Bunkyo and Chiyoda made the ride feel like the gift of a lifetime for me. I was never really partial to the nature vibes of Tanegashima, even if I missed it a little having been away for so long. Even despite that, I often found myself forgetting I had lived on Tanegashima in the first place. It was probably natural after not living there for a few months, but it felt a little unnatural, like the fact of living there in the first place wasn't right. But I shook the thought from my mind. Stepping out of the station, Kotomi pulled out her phone for directions. Here we are. We can split up from here, but make sure to keep in contact through text. At the absolute latest, let's meet back Let's meet back at this station by 4:30, yeah? Sounds good. Where are you two going? I'm going to Ginza 6. I've heard a lot about it for a while and I want to check it out. How about you? I'll probably just wander around the streets for a bit. It's not often you get to go to wander around Tokyo. Where are you going to Saturday? I'm going to take a taxi up to Akihabara. More my vibe. That's pretty far out. Should I come with you? I mean, if you want to, but I know how to use the taxi system. Allison seemed to contemplate for a second, but thought it would be better to just trust me, which I appreciated. Okay, just text if anything happens, okay? Yep, will do. The three of us split up, each exploring the big city in the way that appealed to us most. Despite the rough circumstances that led us here, the chance for a trip to the capital isn't worth wasting. Eri and Chio could discuss them at home, but we were all more than willing to take a much-needed breather. Immediately after stepping out of Akihabara Station, I was assaulted with the wave of sound. It made sense after all. Akiba was the biggest electronic district of Tokyo, covered from head to toe or floor to ceiling with anime and video game merchandise. Holy shit, this is insane. Of course my excitement and adoration tripled once I actually reached the main strip of Akihabara. Even though its full glory shone in the night hours when the streets were all illuminated by the neon glow of the buildings from all angles, the sheer size of everything made my jaw drop. Buildings were adorned in signs in all possible positions, and even the characters on the signs seemed to be fighting for space just to say everything that a sign wanted to say. It was truly an information overload, and of course I felt right at home in the midst of this. I walked around the radio building for a while, looking at every one of the merch items that adorned each of the floors. After spending an hour here alone and realizing I was only on the third of 10 floors, I forced myself to walk back out for my own good. I ended up spending most of my time at the Game Station arcade. I didn't often get a chance to visit arcades, with them being less common in the southwest and straight up non-existent in Tanegashima. Yes, finally got an S on a 10. Let's go! I spent the following hour and a half trying a bunch of new rhythm and fighting games I never got the chance to try, and falling in love with a whole ton of new games all over again. That's what Kanchi Super does? How's that blockable at all? I'd known it for a while, but hanging out in Akiba had settled it. I'm definitely moving to Tokyo once all of this is over. Kosumiya was walking through Ginza, looking around at all the towering shopping centers around her. Of course, the trip out to Ginza was little more than a sightseeing trip for her. She and Eri were never particularly wealthy, and that held even more true now that they were running on limited funds that had been amassed during their months of working at a random grocery store in Kagoshima. Honestly, I'm glad that nightmare is over. Never send me back to retail again. The extravagant atmosphere of everything related to Tokyo, but especially Ginza, served as a sort of reminder for Kotomi. Man. A reminder of the fancier world that existed beyond what she'd lived up to at that point, being stuck on Tanegashima her whole life. Not to say she wanted to be super rich or anything naive like that, but Kotomi had a habit of letting others trample over her for the sake of her own success, and you don't really make it anywhere in life if you don't learn to have the care and love for yourself as well. Kosume stepped in front of a video game merch store, which weren't particularly common in Ginza. Did I accidentally walk all the way to Akiba by mistake? Well, whatever. She wasn't really one for that kind of childish entertainment as she saw it, but decided to take a look inside anyway. The store wasn't nearly as big as the large, expensive department stores that made Ginza what it was, but instead a humble one-story installation into a larger shopping complex. Kotomi browsed the aisles for a little while as she looked at the titles of video games she'd never heard of. Oh, Xenostrike Legends. I think Saturday told me about that one. Though she'd never say it to her face, at least not for a while, Kotomi envied Saturday in a way. Saturday had the kind of freedom and energy that most people envied once they hit their 20s, and although Saturday would turn 20 next July, Kotomi didn't doubt for a second that that energy would stick around for a while. There was a little demo kiosk for some game console at the back of the store, and a couch set up to imitate a little gaming lounge. So for once in her life, Kotomi decided to enjoy a bit of the youth she thought she didn't have anymore, and ended up spending 2 hours in the store trying all the different games. The owner of the store, a surprisingly older-looking woman, seemed to get great enjoyment from watching Kotomi try for hours to break all of the scores and see as much of each of the games available as she could on the limited demo kiosk. When her lunch break came, she decided to go sit down next to Kotomi on the couch. You sure are having fun here. It's not often you get people spending a lot of time in a game store in this part of the city. Huh? Oh, yeah, I guess it's been, what, 10 minutes? I'm sorry I'm hogging the game or something. Man. I feel like my brain is having a stroke. Maybe I shouldn't, do streams on the day after I finish. On the day after work days. You like jazz? The thing we saw last year. Yeah, this is the 19th, and I'm gonna do the 20th story. It's set to read between the lines, so there has to be something new, right? The random tile we couldn't get to. Oh shit! So maybe after this, if this doesn't work, it was in that area. Yeah, I get it. Yeah. So maybe if we don't find anything on the 19th and 20th story, maybe we can get there. Maybe. The storekeeper laughed and leaned back into the couch cushions. It's been an hour and a half, actually. But it's okay. Nobody really comes by for that long. And I especially don't see people using this old thing. Old thing? This is like a preview kiosk for some upcoming console, right? Maybe if you're living in the year 2011. But the Wii U died out due to poor sales back in 2016. But it holds a special place in my heart, so I keep the demo kiosk up anyway. Huh, I had no idea. I don't play video games that often. Really? The way you were crushing all those scores, I thought a seasoned pro had walked into my shop. You were having the time of your life. Kotomi laughed, seemingly flustered. Yeah, I'm not a huge gamer or anything. I don't really have the time for that kind of, younger entertainment. The storekeeper let out a large chuckle you might hear from someone's grandmother. Who says video games are for the younger folk, anyway? I mean, look at me. I hit my 50s ages ago, and I'm still here running this old little shack. Huh. I didn't think I ever really thought about it that way. I remember being a young adult. You grow up, and then you think that's that. Your youthful days are over. And now, you're an all-serious adult who has to work a 9 to 5 and never think about anything else. As if your youthful energy only sticks with you as long as you let it. Kotomi didn't have a good response to that, but she knew the woman was right. Oftentimes, she found herself getting caught up in the bittersweet trap called nostalgia, regretting that her days of freedom were gone. But the truth is, if you keep yourself in the good memories of the past, you can never make more good memories in the present or future. The storekeeper stood up. You know, this thing was a commercial failure almost a decade ago, but I still have some for sale in the storeroom. This is just my personal recommendation, but I think it's a great little console for trying out new things. Never had an overwhelmingly large library. Nobody else wants them, but they're technically for sale. Kotsumi thought about it for a second. What the hell? I'm not a fashionista. I don't think I'm gonna be interested in much else in Ginza. Kotsumi also stood up and walked over to the counter. She ended up walking out of the store with the console and a few games. It's already 4. Allison ended up not buying much, instead looking around at all the expensive clothes and finally finding herself a place to sit down in the food court. Of course, she knew that she wouldn't end up buying much. She was more so just taking in the atmosphere of a place where so many people cared about their appearance and the way they present themselves to the world. So many people here in fancy cute outfits. I kind of feel out of place just sitting here with just my normal jacket. Allison was never particularly one to care about her outward appearance or presentation, and she never really understood why people would, at least not in the beginning. All of this changed when Saturday came out to her as transgender, though. Thinking back on it, it's been 7 years since then. Man, I don't want to think about the fact that September 2015 was over 7 years ago now. Okay, but off topic, that does make sense, in a way. Because I remember being, at least 16. That was like 3 years ago, but like, apparently Pokemon Sun and Moon came out like at least 10 years ago because I was scrolling YouTube and I saw a video titled talking about Pokemon Sun and Moon 10 years too late. And I'm just over here like, wait, that's when it was released? So I mean, my primary mode of watching stuff was on Netflix when I was well, I'm technically still a teen, but like when I was younger. But when I primarily used Netflix. I didn't start using Crunchyroll until I started staying in my room more often when I had gotten sick. And I conned my, well, not really conned, but I requested for the login info for Crunchyroll. And I started just binging anime in my computer chair. I have a projector, I think, and I originally wanted to use that to watch TV. But like, with the way my room is laid out, where was I going with this? Why does OBS Studio keep disconnecting? I'm scared. But I wanted to watch all the Pokemon series when I was little. Like, I watched Pokemon Indigo League. I've seen Pokemon XY, XYZ. I've seen Pokemon Sun and Moon, obviously. That's what sparked this conversation. I've seen Pokemon Journeys, was it called? I've seen a few episodes from other seasons too, but I couldn't ever really get the full seasons because I forgot what it was on that I've seen some of the Pokemon on, but like when me, my grandma, and my aunt and uncle lived in separate apartments, because we couldn't find apartments sized enough to like hold all of us in the same vicinity. Sometimes I would go over to my aunt and uncle's, and I would sleep over, and they would let me use the PlayStation 3 or PlayStation 4 to watch anime on, and yeah, I mostly yoinked their PlayStation 4 and PlayStation 3 either to watch Yokai Watch or Pokemon or to play Hatsune Miku Project Diva. Yapping aside, I'm gonna continue the story. But generally, the point is, I was shocked when I saw that video that said Pokemon Sun and Moon and 10 years later in the same sentence. At first, Allison hadn't really understood the concept when Saturday brought it up to her, but thinking about it for a little bit, it felt fairly obvious to her. Why shouldn't people get the chance to choose who they wanted to be? Gender, sexuality, race, religion, all these properties don't matter as long as the person is kind and inhumane. That was what Allison believed, so she was relatively quick to accept who Saturday wanted to be. But both of them were still young, so the idea of someone harboring hate stemming from another person's identity didn't make sense to them. Truly, to be young is more blissful. Though Allison had always been more confident about her gender and being fine with who she was on that front, Saturday's own realization about her identity did lead Allison to think a bit on her own life throughout the years. It was through this that Allison realized she was asexual. I remember growing up and thinking, wow, all that stuff is kind of gross. And everyone would tell me, you'll stop thinking it's gross when you're older. And then I just kind of never stopped thinking it was kind of gross. Allison had struggled with that for a long time. She had felt like because she wasn't seeing that what everyone else saw, that she was defective or something was wrong with her. Saturday helping her out with her own journey of self-discovery was what made her fall in love in the first place. Even from the start, Allison and Saturday had always been the most important person in each other's lives. One might wonder how it took so long for their true feelings to blossom. Suddenly, Allison's phone buzzed. When she read the chat log on her lock screen, she couldn't help but burst out into smug laughter. How do you leave the subway? Follow the yellow exit signs. Heading up. No, like, what does the exit gate want from me? Put your ticket in, and it'll open and shoot it through. Was I supposed to get my ticket back from the station I put it into? Oh god. Oh. Yes. It comes out on the other side. YouTube is not main. Okay, so quick warning. You're going to experience lag because apparently YouTube isn't receiving streaming from my OBS studio. Why does this? Oh my goodness, hold on. What is going on? My Wi-Fi is fine. You're here right now? That's good. I suppose I'll just continue. It comes out on the other side. Oh. Uh-oh. With a helpless grin, Allison... Wait. Dies of death? I'm losing confidence in the stream. It glitched again. I know, I'm crying. Stream health. Okay, it's excellent. It says it's fine. How much did you miss? Like How long was it? Not much. Okay, that's good. Ta-da! This is exactly what we need. Chio carried a large corkboard into the room and Eri looked at her with an exasperated glare. Seriously? What? I've always wanted one of these, and your notepad is very clearly running out of space. Eri looked down. It was true. Her notepad had been her primary method of taking notes since she started working as a detective, and it was almost completely filled up. Okay, one more time from the top. We know that Suki went to work, disappeared on her lunch break, boarded a ferry, and went to a shrine, and then nothing. Do we even have anything else? Chio thought to herself for a second. Nothing I can think of, unless you count the fact that the universe is conspiring against us. A fire without a source and a coincidental cave-in are kind of suspicious, don't you think? What, you think there's a god out there that's pissed at us? She had said it as a joke, but Chio didn't flinch or laugh. At this point, would you be surprised? It all seems fake, I guess. Or like we're following a trail of breadcrumbs that stray just far enough from the truth for us to follow it without question. That's an interesting take, actually. Do you think? At that moment, the door slammed open and Chio and Eri both jumped. Allison, Kotami, and I walked into the room. Oh, welcome back. How's Ginza? So cool. We got a bunch of fun stuff, and I definitely didn't get lost in Ginza station on the way back. It didn't happen. Allison, Kotami. That happened. I glared at them, and then carried the bags full of apparel and goodies that we brought over to the kitchen counter. Kotami slumped over onto the couch, absolutely exhausted. Allison, on the other hand, had noticed a comically oversized corkboard and started immediately fawning over it. Whoa, that's the biggest corkboard I've ever seen. And you've organized it so well. Are these tags color-coded? Oh my god, they're organized by date followed by an alphabetical sort. This is the most beautiful thing I've laid my eyes on. Eri and Kotami looked at this strange turn of character with an confused expressions while I stood in the corner just smirking. Even Chio is surprised by her strange passion for organization. Yeah, and the verticalities shows approximate times. I have it looping from around 7 a.m. at the top to 6 a.m. at the bottom. And that's because that's the lowest concentration of events, so it leads to a more coherent organizational structure. Oh my god, yes. She's gonna be at this for a while. I decided to leave the two of them to their excited ramblings about organization and quirk. Eri walked over to me. So what did the two of you manage to figure out while we were gone? Anything new? Eri sighed. Nothing, unfortunately. We were spitballing a few theories, but unless you have a good explanation for the random acts of nature impeding our progress, we've kind of hit a roadblock. I almost just said Roblox, so I entirely missed the D in roadblock. I think we'll need to look at some of the lesser places of interest in the Tokyo area and hope to find a new trail. I was kind of expecting that, honestly, but I have good news. I got you a plush while we were in Ginza. I shuffled around a bit before pulling the plush in question out of my bag. A crudely drawn cat, vaguely shaped to be huggable. I will cherish this greatly. Eri quickly scurried to find a spot in the room to act as a pedestal for it. I'm glad she likes it. The next time I glanced over, I saw her placing what I can only assume is an offering bowl in front of it. She placed a handful of coins from her purse. It's strange seeing this side of Eri, but sweet. Looking back at the corkboard, Chio was exasperatedly guiding Allison through every single note placed on it, seemingly running out of stamina. Allison seemed to be none the wiser to this, though. I guess I'll clean myself a little. I walked into the washroom and splashed some water over my face. When I was washing my hands, however, I felt a vibration in my pocket. My phone? Who could that be? I fumbled around in my jacket pocket and pulled out my phone, but I didn't have any notifications. Then it slowly dawned on me that I didn't have vibration notifications turned on my phone in the first place. What's going on here? Reaching into my pocket again, I pulled out my other phone, the burner that Ari had given me. Maybe he wanted to let me know the battery was dying. Unfortunately, that was not the case. The display read one new message. Huh? That's not possible. I opened the rudimentary messaging app, and I opened the unread message. But when I saw what was in it, I froze. Hexadecimal? Is this some kind of prank? Of course, the hexadecimal wasn't what caught my eye at first. The sender was my own phone. I rushed back into the living room, out of breath. Allison was done with her corkboard fantasizing and was sitting up on the couch with Kotomi, all of them looking at me. Saturday? What's wrong? My phone, there was a message and... Sensing I was panicking a bit, Allison stood up and walked over to me. Come on, sit down. What happened? I sat down on the couch and exhaled. I explained the text message that appeared on my burner phone with myself listed as the sender. Eri frowned. Yeah, by all means, this shouldn't be possible. I don't think I had to ask you if you're the one who actually sent the message. Yeah, of course I wasn't. I'm more concerned with the message contents itself. That's readable hexadecimal. Most of the bytes are within the lowercase SI range. Yeah, you're right. I'll transcribe it. Ari took out her phone and plugged the hexadecimal into an online tool. It says fourth report.mp4, a file name. My blood ran cold. There was only one thing this mystery person could be hinting at by sending only a file name. Sure enough, it led to a video on the shrinereport.xyz site, which presented a similar kind of puzzle to the original video from way back in summer. We spent a good hour or so trying to solve the cipher. It led to an address and time, similar to the original video, an empty lot near Shinjuku Station, and at the time of 8:15 p.m. on November 19th tomorrow. We all went silent after that. It was clear what the message was asking us to do. So maybe I'm gonna look at the Shrine Report website. Okay, I've seen this before, but it still startled me. Anything? I'm trying to find it. It said fourth report, right? How do I find it? Wait, what the actual fuck? I just hallucinated something. Maybe I gotta search up fourth report.mp3. Oh. I mean, I found the wiki. Shrinereport.xyz or Shrine Report is a website that exists as part of the story of Vivid Stasis as well as a real-world ARG. I didn't realize it was an ARG. Maybe that's why I'm struggling with it. So what's with Internet Archive? Why did that pop up? Wait. Okay, no, no, we're not doing that. Nope. Okay, if no one else is going to say it, I will. This is totally a trap, right? Definitely. But also one I'm not sure we can afford avoiding. Normally, I'd investigate with backup, but we don't have that luxury. Eri stood up from the couch and clenched her fist. Chio, would you mind accompanying me tomorrow in the case it's dangerous? You're the oldest one here. I'm sorry to have to involve a civilian in a situation like this, but I need a backup of some kind, and you're definitely the most able to fend for yourself. Of course, Harry. I stood up protesting. Hold on, why just you two? I know it's dangerous, but this message was directed at me, right? They definitely want me there. Because if it's a trap, we'd be bringing you directly in harm's way. Isn't that my choice to make, not yours? I understand, but please, I want to know the truth. There's no convincing you otherwise, is there? Sat, are you sure you want to do this? I don't want something to happen to you. I'm sure. Please let me come. This feels like the culmination of everything that's happened these past few months. I'm begging you guys. You're right, I guess. But I'm coming with you. Aerie started protesting but stopped herself. Hold on, oh, never mind. But you two are going to be on a tight leash, okay? Allison and I both nod. Aerie knew by now that the only person as stubborn as I am is Allison, and that it'd be a waste of energy trying to fight us. But we also know that Aerie just wants us to be safe, so we don't usually go against her wishes unless it's really important. It's settled then. If we leave by 7:30, we can get there at the designated time easily. I suppose you're also going to want to come coach me? Of course I am. My best friend and my sister are going into the enemy's nest, and you want me to stay at home twiddling my thumbs. Not happening. Kotomi's determination was unwavering, something that we rarely saw from her. But she knew how to stick her beliefs when it came down to it. It was one of the reasons we got along so well in the first place. Very well. Until then, let's try not to worry. Fear is in the mind something. I didn't see anything different, did you? And I can't really reach down there. Unless... Okay, so what'll happen if I... As we rode down the elevator, I felt a large amount of energy leave my body, and I leaned on Allison's shoulder. Sorry, I'm just tired. I can't blame you, but you're doing really, really good, you know? I'm really proud of you. You're doing really well. Yourself. It's almost like nothing phases you. Nah, it's a lot to take in. I think I just process stuff way more internally than you do. Not that being external about it is at all a bad thing. It's just different, you know? Yeah, I get you. The elevator plummeted into the depths of the unexisting building. It was a long, long ride. Finally, the elevator came to a stop, and the doors opened into a dark hall. The basement hallway of the Sunrise building, though it was as dark as the other halls we traversed on our way up to the 17th floor, had a completely different atmosphere. It looks like a hall you might see in a horror video game like Silent Hill. As Allison and I walked along the dark hall, our footsteps reverberated across the walls as if judging us for being in a place we should never have ventured. But we were here, and we weren't turning back until we found the horrible truth that this place housed. At the end of the hall was a single door. The woman who had turned our lives upside down in a single night was standing in front of it, waiting. Dawn opened her mouth as if to say something along the lines of "Took you long enough getting here," but decided against it. I'm running out of time. The Road Keeper has noticed what I'm trying to do. Who is the Road Keeper? Pretty much my polar opposite. I'm here to guide you to the truth, and she's here to prevent you from finding it. I don't have the time to explain more. I'm sorry. At this, the figure of Dawn began to flicker and glitch out. It looked as if she was disappearing from the world itself. Saturday, inside the truth at the center of everything. It doesn't explain all the questions, but it's the biggest answer. It will be hard to face. But please, for your own sake, you have to... Dawn? Dawn. Dawn was no longer present in the room. It looks like she had been torn apart from the world itself, but given everything we learned, that doesn't seem right. She's probably been relocated by whatever that World Keeper thing is. Allison and I stood in silence for a bit, waiting for her to come back, but she never did. Do we go inside? I don't know. As if that was really a question, I placed my hand on the rusted door handle and turned it. The light of the truth seeped out of the room. In another place, a violet-shaded shadow morphed into the fabric of the environment. Okay, so I can kind of see the resemblance in that they both have the pink scheme, you know? It's just she's more magenta. And then her eyes aren't the I forgot Saturday's eye color already, but I'm pretty sure she had blue in her eyes, right? She doesn't. But anyway, I figured you'd catch on sooner or later. On the other side of the room, the World Keeper stood, anger adorning her face. What the hell do you think you're doing? Why are you so surprised? I'm doing what I'm supposed to be doing. I'm fulfilling the reason I exist. And you thought I would just sit here and let you put her through that? No, but I knew I could keep you busy long enough to give me a head start. Don't give me that shit. At her furious words, Suki swung her hand around her back. A large group of energy particles formed around it, and a long, glowing shape took form. It was a scythe formed of resilience to protect the order of the world, a weapon used to wreak death being wielded by death itself. This cycle ends here. Oh, now it's my turn to say my lines. Dawn raised her arm and in it particles of narrative resilience to face the truth gathered. In her hand formed a much shorter but equally powerful weapon. It was a pistol, small but just as effective, like a detective might use. Dawn twirled it around and landed its aim of fire square on Suki's chest. Didn't anyone ever tell you it's a bad idea to bring a scythe to a gunfight? The opening move was made. One shot fired. Of course, that bullet was never going to hit anything other than the wall, but someone has to make the first move. Suki flew into the air gracefully but with an offensive intent rather than defensive. She brought her scythe down towards where Dawn was standing. Dawn dodged out of the way just in time, like she had done so many times before. The fighting continued. Seconds go by. Minutes, hours, days, weeks, months, years, full cycles, most not even reaching at this point in the narrative. Slight alterations in the altercations, subtle movement changes, but the screenplay remains the same each time. After all, there's no need to sweat the small details. There isn't even need to describe the details at all. What if the detective part is important? I mean, yeah, we have Eri, but I wonder... Say, did you notice this visual similarities between Dawn and Kotomi? So like, given this is a time loop, maybe what if Dawn is Kotomi? So you saw it too? And you didn't say anything? I don't start theorizing it unless it's prompted. I've only theorized about things very few times in my life. Let's see. You can be far-fetched at times. Me when trying to figure out the secret ending for about Kingdom Hearts 3, but Kingdom Hearts obsession aside, considering this is all about time loops, maybe Dawn is Kotomi. And something happened for Kotomi to become Dawn in one of these timelines. It will never be put aside. Yeah. And as for Suki, well, she's her own person, but like rehash. So the father created the Dustbreaker, and if this is Madoka Magica style, hell yeah, probably. But let's see. I'm going somewhere with this, I promise. So, going back to what I was saying before, I theorized that since Saturday was very traumatized before, and Setsuki, I think that was the dude's name, Saturday's father. Since Saturday's father created the Dustbreaker, an obsessive attempt to try and make a psychological tool, and essentially created another world, and it was going on and on about the world layers. Maybe Dawn could be Kotomi from the real world, right? And since the game is called Vivid Stasis, maybe she's trying to save. Maybe Saturday is the one in Stasis, and she could be trying to save Saturday. And Suki is from the real world, I think, right? And Suki is on the father's side, trying to stop Kotomi from trying to save Saturday. Trying to stop Kotomi, I mean. Because assuming that everything is relatively the same in the real world, and everything is as is, like Kotomi and Allison are Saturday's friends in the real world. And then Chio is a family friend in the real world, I think, but it could be assumed that she also got stuck in Stasis as well. You see, wild storylines aren't anything new for me. I actually like wild storylines, but I'm going a bit all over the place, but you understand, right, what I'm trying to say? Ah, okay, cool. I take that as a yes. But basically, Dawn could be Kotomi from the real world, and then Suki could be like going in between the like Omori, cause I don't know if you've seen Omori, but spoilers just in case. In the story of Omori, Sunny tries and goes through his trauma, and he copes with it by dreaming in his headspace. And Omori is when Sunny tries to stop headspace, when he tries to confront the truth, Omori's there to stop him every time. And then there's this other character that looks like Basil. He's called Stranger. He's trying to get Sunny to confront the truth. So this Omori ends and well, there's like a hikikomori ending where Sunny doesn't confront his trauma. There's the true ending where Sunny does confront his trauma and actually tells the truth to everyone. And then I forgot what the neutral ending was. Actually, is there even a neutral ending to Omori? But it's kind of like that, you know, in the sense that Headspace is the world that Duskbreaker is creating for Saturday. And then where Suki could be taking the role of Omori, where she's trying to keep Saturday from escaping, and then Dawn takes the role of Stranger, who's trying to get Saturday out of the world, out of Duskbreaker. Like, that's my current working theory. Surely you've realized by now that all of this will never end. It was just a game, a cruel game of eternity that neither player could leave. Then what do you suggest we do, Liberator? We can't just abandon our purposes and give up everything we know. The Roadkeeper, blissful ignorance personified. The Liberator, determination and freedom personified. The ideas given life, if you could even call it that. This was not life. This was far worse than life, and far worse than even death. It was infinity. An infinity they could never escape, fated to battle each other, the only other one who shared this infinity with them. And see, this is also a good comparison, because Omori was blissful ignorance in a way, and then Stranger was also determined to get Sunny out of his headspace, to actually confront the truth so he wouldn't be haunted anymore. So in a way, that's determination of freedom. I'm sorry for so many comparisons, but that's the only way I know how to make this make sense. Back in the basement of the Sunrise building, Saturday and Allison entered the room only lit by the light of a worn-out computer monitor. It's some kind of log? No, don't read that, stop! Staring down at the truth, Saturday read. She read and read and read. She sobbed and she screamed. Only Allison was there to comfort her. It's a really good comparison in theory. Why, thank you. Good to know that I'm not just some mad lad. Why? Who put us in this fucked up eternity? I want out. Please, just any kind of miracle. I don't care who. I don't care what. So maybe this is where I make a choice? At some point, Suki's voice had started coming out of Dawn's mouth. No, it was more than that. It was my voice. It was also hers. The fighting continued, the crying continued, fates forever intertwined in a Mobius strip of life, death, and repetition. Yes, only a miracle could save us now. A blessing from a higher power. A gift from the heavens, itself. Whatever the form it may take, as I sat here observing, all I could do was pray for a miracle. And then, everything reset once more. We shall wait once again for this to end. Kirkland. So anyway, we shall wait once again for this to end. But, this game is pretty interesting. So, mystery tile next? I don't know. Like, we'll just have to see. I don't like that my popping boba got stuck at the bottom of my cup for a minute. Either way. Chewy boba pearls are bursting. Yeah, the bursting ones. They're called popping bobas. See, I got a drink from McDonald's, and it's called the pineapple mango refresher, and it tastes like orange juice but better. It appears you've reached the end. Is this how you want it to be? From here, the cycle resets once more, and with the fates of Saturday, Alison, Chio, Kotomi, and Eri enter the roulette once more. An intermission cannot breach frozen time. I warned you of this beginning. And yet, I feel as though you may not be satisfied with this end. Well, if that's the case, there may be hope for us yet. Scour everywhere that you've been given up to this point. Read between the lines. Specifically, the 19th and 20th lines. Search for something important, and then come back here. We will surely know we have to create a new future. So, where do I go then if that wasn't it? The 19th and 20 lines. Yes, but we can't reach that, silly. We can't reach the, I will not Google it. I will not Google it. I will not Google it. Ah! Holy shit. We can. So I just had to scroll a bit. Okay. Let's do it. I opened the door that only she and I could see. Well, oh man, I spent the past hour for nothing. I'm sorry. I opened the door that only she and I could see. Light streamed into the room, and though it immediately left when I closed the door and disconnected my room from the world. I'm home. Not like anyone's going to answer that. Stepping into the artificially lit room, I placed the groceries I'd obtained on the counter and flopped onto my bed. I let out a loud sigh, then I heard a quiet pinging sound behind me. Why do you always talk to yourself like that? Nobody's going to answer. Hey, shut up. It's not part of my existence to break a habit anyway. Sitting up on my bed, I saw the tall figure of the woman that paralleled me in every aspect, looking down at me with an exasperated look on her face. What are you talking about? You still haven't figured it out? Well, I won't be the one to spoil the story for you then. As unserious as ever I see. Are you taking this seriously at all? I looked at her. Even in the dim lighting of the room, I could tell she wore no emotion on her face as she spoke. How many times have you asked me that question? You know that neither of us are capable of answering that. Maybe we don't have the mental knowledge of it, but you sure as hell look tired. It's had to have been at least a few thousand cycles by now. Well, there isn't much point in baseless speculation. It's a waste of time. There was a brief bit of silence as she stood there just looking at me. Sit down. It's the least you can do. Simulated world or not, we're still human. Don't strain your muscles standing up for so long. Where's the trick? Did you place a detonator on the chair? Spikes? Man, if I wanted to attack you right now, I'd have done a hell of a lot better ways of doing it. I don't have the energy. Just sit down or don't and strain your legs. It'd make my job easier. Suki, whose actual designation was the World Keeper, took a seat and started rummaging through the bags of groceries I'd bought. Hey, I spent money on those. Hands off. Money that you artificially hacked into reality? Money's money. I don't want your grubby hands getting anywhere near my stuff, thank you very much. See yourself. I was just seeing what someone like you would not get to eat. It felt like it had been eons since I first met the woman before me, and in a way, it's possible it had, and I'd never have any way of knowing. But as far as my own memory is concerned, it had only been half a year. Half a year ago, I had been vacationing in Tanegashima when I saw her for the first time. It was the exact appearance of my old friend Suki. I tried to speak to her, but... Sorry, who are you? I don't recognize you. Huh? It's me, Dawn. You at least remember my name, right? I'm sorry, I don't have any recollection of ever knowing a Dawn. Huh? That stung, but it was within the realm of possibility. It had been over 10 years since we'd last seen each other. But the more I thought about it, the more it had begun to strike me as strange that I was even seeing her at all, because my last memory with Suki was her unexpected death in 2010. That must be the event that traumatized Saturday. So in a way, this is kind of like Omori. Because Omori kicks off with you searching in Headspace for Basil. Thought the mom died or something, it was his sister's. Well, you see, there wasn't any implication that anyone died per se when it was first explained that Saturday was traumatized. But like, in a way, this is kind of like Omori then, because while in Duskbreaker, they're searching for Suki. But okay, I've established it already. Duskbreaker is Headspace, and wherever the girls are at, that's reality. Despite my better judgment, I decided to investigate, knowing that I'd likely be hurt more by the unknown than by anything I could ever uncover. Do you think we'll ever close this loop? Well, a pretty easy way to close the loop would be just for you to just forfeit your little game. I guess, but we both know that isn't happening. Sometimes I wonder if an alternative way out of all of this would even be in the realm of possibility, but Suki pressed her fist down on the stone countertop. It's not possible. And any time you spend thinking about the idea of it being possible, it's taking away from the time you could be spending furthering your own goal. Are you talking to me or to yourself? Suki didn't answer that. The truth would destroy you, and I'd like to think I have at least a bit of compassion. You keep alluding to this big truth that you seem to know, but I don't. It's probably the thing I'm getting the most tired of about this whole song and dance. This prompted more silence from Suki. To tell the truth, this was nothing like the Suki I'd known during my childhood. The Suki I'd known was honest to a fault. I think that sole fact about the way the World Keeper carried herself was the first nail in the coffin that had led me to become suspicious of this new Suki in the first place. After returning home from Tanegashima during the late spring, I tried to investigate the Tasugare family register, but for obvious reasons, they wouldn't let me, a Hisomeru, look at it. I was about to give up and simply blame it on coincidence, but something happened that changed everything. Eh? What's going on here? I spotted something out the corner of my eye, but when I looked at it, it went away. Well, went away wasn't a great way of putting it. More so, it returned to how it should be. It was a piece of the terrain of the world that had begun to glitch in my peripheral vision, but it stopped when I focused in on it or moved my eye. Is this Troxler's fading? Troxler's fading? Yeah, you know, the effects wherein if you look at something for a while, the other things in the background either blur or disappear. Ah, that. It's talking to me, and it's making me talk to the character. That's so cool. Wait, who said that? Suddenly, the entire world around me began to glow a bright light, and everything around me froze, turning into a wireframe. I think I can make out a faint figure, but it's everywhere at once, above and under me, woven into the fabric of reality. What? Ah, Liberator. Surely you understand upon seeing the scenery. Who are you? Where are you? What's happening? And then it all hit me at once. The World Keeper, the Duskbreaker, the truth about this world, the severance of emotion. It felt like my mind was going to explode from the sheer volumes of data pouring into it. I was everything. I was nothing. I was the Liberator. I was the Duskbreaker. Was I the World Keeper too? Forgotten past and potential futures flashed before my eyes in an instant, a city outside the confines of reality constraining my vision. Oh my goodness. I was Saturday. I was Dawn. I was Suki. Voices that both were and weren't mine swarmed in my mind. Throughout my visions, I see a flowchart, billions of events. So we, the player, are probably Suki, Dawn, and Saturday. And that's the significance between the player and the game. Has to be. Throughout my visions, I see a flowchart, billions of events playing out in my mind simultaneously in every one of them. A meddling force, an oversight in creation that prevents progress. I hate what they're doing, what they stand for, but try as I might, I can't help but feel fondness for them. What would happen if I tried to stop her? Would I be helping the burdened girl? Or would I just be a pawn in some game pretending I'm the one making decisions? I watched the burdened girl struggle, and I can't help but love her for who she is, and I feel as though it's my duty to empower her, to be the force that lets her thrive through her hardships. I see another potential future, one where there's an opposing force, a liberator. I feel fond of it too, but in a different way. I can't tell whether that's me or some other entity entirely. It doesn't act like me. It feels like it's a version of me playing a role on a stage, and my body is simply a puppet for it to act through. I wonder... I'm not a therapist, and I don't know entirely about it. But I wonder if this is a metaphor for dissociative identity disorder. Or like something along those lines. The voices swarming around my head come back, and I clutch it in frustration. Came back? Will have come back? Time becomes a meaningless construct, a fourth dimension of a world that so clearly to me has a fifth, that I simply can't breach, a boundary that I can't quite shatter. The world is a fractured mess, and I feel like it's my duty to put it back together. Our duty? My sense of identity is crumbling around me, and I try desperately to hold on to who I think I was, to who I hope I will be. Okay, I think it's time that I try to make sense of all this. Between space has been added to the menu. Discover the truth of the world hidden between the cracks. Between space. So, is there any other secrets? No? Okay. It's set to return, so let's go. The warning is different, so maybe something changed. Ooh. Oh. As we rode down the elevator, I felt a large amount of energy leave my body and I leaned on Allison's shoulder. Sorry, I'm just tired. I can't blame you, but you're doing really, really good, you know? I'm really proud of you. You're doing really well yourself. It's almost like nothing phases you. Nah, it's just a lot to take in. I think I just process stuff way more internally than you do. Not that being external about it is at all a bad thing. It's just different, you know? Yeah, I get you. The elevator plummeted into the depths of the unexisting building. It was a long, long ride. Finally, the elevator came to a stop, and the doors opened into a dark hall. I can't believe I wasted the past hour reading through episodes 19 and 20. And it quite literally meant between 19 and 20. But hey, I figured it out eventually, though. Though with your help. And I count it as your help because you were the... Yeah, I count it as your help because you were the one pointing out that there was a node. Yeah, because I technically didn't Google it. You were pointing out the node. I'm not taking... I'm sorry. It was both of us. Like, you pointed it out, and I was struggling to get to there. Like, you get what I mean, right? The basement hallway of the Sunrise building, though it was as dark as the other halls we traversed on our way up to the 17th floor, had a completely different atmosphere. It looked like a hall you might see in a horror video game like Silent Hill. As Allison and I walked through the dark hall, our footsteps reverberated across the walls as if judging us for being in a place we should have never ventured. But here we were, and we weren't turning back until we found the horrible truth that this place housed. At the end of the hall was a single door. The woman who had turned our lives upside down in just a single night was standing in front of it, waiting. Dawn opened her mouth as if to say something along the lines, "Took you long enough getting here," but decided against it. "I'm running out of time. The World Keeper has noticed what I'm trying to do." Who? Who is the World Keeper? Pretty much my polar opposite. I'm here to guide you to the truth, and she's here to prevent you from finding it. I don't have time to explain more. I'm sorry. At this, the figure of Dawn began to flicker and glitch out. It looked as if she was disappearing from the world itself. Saturday. Inside is the truth at the center of everything. It doesn't explain all the questions, but it's the biggest answer. It will be hard to face. But please, for your own sake, you have to... Dawn? Dawn! Dawn was no longer present in the room. It looked like she had been torn apart from the world itself, but given everything we've learned, that doesn't seem right. She's probably been relocated by that World Keeper thing is... Allison and I stood in silence for a bit, waiting for her to come back, but she never did. Do we go inside? I don't know. As if that was really a question. Yeah, okay, this is turning out the same so far, I think. I wonder if watching that story really made a difference. I mean, it made a difference to my understanding, but it's like The Matrix. I've never seen that movie, so it said return to menu. Alright, I'll return to menu after this. I'm just wasting time at this point, I'm sorry. As if that was really a question, I placed my hand on the rusted door handle and turned it. The light of truth seeped into the room. In another place, that shadow morphed into the fabric of the environment. I figured you'd catch on sooner or later. On the other side of the room, the road keeper stood, anger adorning her face. What the hell do you think you're doing? Why are you so surprised? I'm not reading all this again, I'm sorry. They're suffering from my stupidity. But yeah, I will go to the menu after this. Where in the menu was I supposed to go, though? It said look for everything hidden. Is there a way to fast forward this? Not suffering, but you are stupid. Thank you for the reassurance. I say it in a nice way. Yeah. It's like when people call characters stupid, but lovingly. Anyway. Release me! I guess I'm just gonna scroll on the phone real quick. It bleeps me? All I said was release. I'm crying. Okay, what is this? Scour the space between that you found covered. Search for something important, and then come back here. Okay, so it said the space, but oh my goodness, it was right here. What is between space? Ayo. So I wonder who this is. Is this us? Is this me? Money. This is the first logs filed into the Sunrise Foundation's backup database. Today is June 16th, 2015, and we've just moved into our new office space. Getting all the legal hogwash out of the way has been a huge hassle, but it's mostly settled. So provided nothing arises, we should be able to start preliminary planning for the first project. During the legal signing, I wondered for a brief second if it was worth doing all this. Selling all the shares I'd spent my life building up to fund a company that's a big risk, to say the least. I suppose only time will tell. So this is probably the father. Because it mentioned how he sold what he had. Statues. And I am blocked from going in there. What do you mean I can't go here? Says I need 70 of something. Those numbers, maybe song points or whatever. Why does it... Your diamonds went down. That's because I spent it on getting the log. Set to search for everything hidden. Maybe this is what I was supposed to find. No, silly. Remember, I found the diamonds and then I spent one on this, so I've had one for the past few minute. Maybe I gotta get another diamond. And then I could go that way. I just need to figure something out. Go down? Like this way? No, wait, hold on. Still nothing? Oh. I wonder what that sign up there is. Okay, let's like see. Return to hub? Wait, huh? How do I get out of here? Oh. Total collected, currently held. Exit to menu. Okay, let's see. I'm not reading all this again, I'm sorry. Did my fucking camera just go out? What the hell, man? I gotta fix it. Hold on. Please load. Come on. If my Wi-Fi goes out, I'm going to scream. What do you mean you're not reading this for the 5th time? Actually, it's the 3rd. Why is my computer not working? Like, come on, please. VTube Studio is refusing to work. I might have to do this without my model. I'm crying, oh my god. But like, it's been 2 hours, so like... No, I'm not quitting after 2 hours. I'll just play the game while... It's all the same. So then... Gotta go... What do you mean? I know there was. I skipped the scene because it was the same as last time. I'm going back to Between Space to figure out, what's up. Can Live 2D please just load? I'm crying. Let's see if there's anything in Between Space. Maybe these statues have some kind of significance. with the eyes. You got enough song points, so like... Oh, maybe the 2 diamonds are what's required to go in there. 2 diamonds that I do not have, because I spent it. Okay. Okay, fuck this shit. Okay, I'm gonna try again to put Live 2D. Why do I keep calling VTube Studio as Live 2D? Okay. Ooga booga. Hell yeah. I'm back. Okay, back to reading. Goodness. What That's not what I'm looking for. It's mostly a matter of exploring, so I gotta like actually interact with funny stuff. I saw a bug on my wall. So, getting gems. I already forgot how it said to get gems. I gotta get behind the doors, but never said how. Dick? Okay. It's mostly just a matter of exploring, I think. And that was locked too. Oh my goodness. Who would have guessed? There's papers. May I read? I require 5 to go in there. Oh, hold on. I get it. So when it darkens, that means those are the gems I required to go in, right? Unless... or not. There's another down there. Hold on. Oh, goodness. So okay. I might be getting somewhere. Hopefully. Dustbreaker Prelim. Today is October 20th, 2018. This is the first log for Sunrise Foundation 4th project, codenamed Dustbreaker. The Dustbreaker is a huge step up in scope from all of our previous projects and a much larger risk, but I'm willing to take it. You didn't realize that already? Didn't realize what? The color thing? What do you mean the color thing? The purpose of Dustbreaker is a virtual reality simulation to allow patients to interact with potential trauma sources in a safe environment. Unlike a VR headset, Dustbreaker actually analyzes the brainwaves and faint pulses of the human brain. Then it constructs a simulated world based on that. Anything to do with modifying brainwaves is an incredibly dangerous technology, but the potential help it could do is far greater than anything we've previously done. The gems. Pre-planning begins tomorrow. I'm very excited and scared. This concludes this log. Okay, let's go. There's another gem down there. I'm trying to interact with everything. So, it's just exploring. Anything down here? Baked beans. Ooh. So it takes up half of my gems each time. Today is February 3rd, 2019. We've reached a critical roadblock in the development of Dustbreaker headset. Though we can easily construct a VR headset equivalent, the design for the Dustbreaker requires more accuracy with its simulated world. We will continue investigating possible ways to achieve this, but I'm not currently hopeful. Okay. Maybe I don't need to interact with everything. Just gotta walk around. I've become enlightened. Why is it in caps? I've become enlightened to the state of everything that will ever and has existed. It was just a brief moment, but in that time, I saw the world and every world for what it is. This is exactly what we needed, what I needed, and what she will need. The fourth dimension. Go off, Chief. Well, I got 8 gems that time. What's up here? Ooh, a save point. So, I need to do stuff. Wait, what? Anyway. Today is December 10th, 2020. I can't believe this day has finally come. In just under 2 weeks, the first test run of the Dustbreaker will be carried out here at the Sunrise Foundation's fourth atrium. So much of my life has been building up to this moment. I'm truly ready to finally put an end to everything that started over a decade ago now. May the light of the sun bless this infusion of self. OPS no. It's a song! Oh, I can get gems from songs. Okay. That is some... I got 4 gems from that. So, then... let's see what's down the other ways then. Today is April 19th, 2019. The lead engineers today began work on the EDEP modules, that is, air detection and air protection. True to their names, the whole point of EDEP, EBDB, is to prevent anything from going awry and causing any deaths should errors arise in Dustbreaker during use. We've decided to use the 1028 AI framework for this. It's significantly more advanced than any artificial intelligence currently on the market. Of course, it will still require a fair amount of fine-tuning, but with EP, the chances of severe damages caused on account of the Dustbreaker drastically decreases. Wonderful, wonderful. And what's on the other side? Today is April 2nd, 2019. We've begun work on attempting to simulate a meta layer. This simulated world will be what the entire framework of the Dustbreaker is built upon. Of course, it's not a naturally occurring meta layer. It's not possible for me to create one. I'm not entirely sure why. However, if we can cause the brainwaves of a subject in Dustbreaker to temporarily reside in the simulated meta layer, it can create the simulation to the degree that is required for Dustbreaker to work at expected efficiency. Now, wasn't there other paths down this way? Because I'm pretty sure there was. Oh, gem. Don't know how I missed that. I can't go back this way. Oh my god, I'm stuck. Okay, so, I think in order to go back down that way, I have to go into portal. At the very least, I did it. It's like, I wonder... Okay. Can't go that way. Can't go that way. Can't go that way. So how about this way then? Oh! I did it! What's this way then? This is kind of giving Yume Nikki vibes. Oh. Well. Sure hope I didn't just go the wrong way. Proceeds to go wrong way, probably knowing you. Eh. We'll see soon enough. But at least I'm getting gems. There's a song there. Okay, hold on. I see. I see. Go this way. And then I can get the song here. Seraphiel. Okay, interesting. Okay, that was something. Even if I went the wrong way, it still works out for me because I like unlocking songs and stuff. You know me, I like to 100% things. What is this? That's just a diamond. And that is just a paper. Okay. So now, go back this way. Go in here. Unlock. And there's probably no way back, is there? I have no clue. Let's like go this way. See what's up. It is currently cycle 33. Cycle locks are more or less how far the narrative gets. There are 5 of these. Lock P is the earliest. It corresponds to whether or not the protagonist dies in a burning museum incident. Oh. We experienced that earlier in the story with the After that are Lock V and Lock U, which correspond to the cave-in incident and the World Keeper's infiltration into the hotel room respectively. And then Lock S is the furthest one. It corresponds to the duel in the winter. Presently, no cycle has progressed past Lock S. Oh my goodness. There's another lock type, Lock 2. I called it 2 because it basically means an A. Lock 2 is basically a catch-all for any cycle that doesn't end at one of the specific other 4 locks. There's a variety of reasons a cycle could end at a different point, but the reasons aren't consistent enough to warrant naming other locks after them. I'm still waiting to see what lies beyond Lock S. Oh my goodness. That is interesting stuff. Now there was another way down. No. Much interesting. Let's see where else I can go. I am lost to all hell. I want it. I want the gem. I don't know how to get there. What the Oh wait, what? Hey. It is currently cycle 33, so I've noticed there are 2 properties that largely drive these cycles: iteration type and cycle lock. Iteration type seems to correspond to the answers that the protagonist gives at the beginning. So those questions did mean everything. So This could be a game to replay in the future. Probably. Depending. Would that change anything, though? Iteration type seems to correspond to the answers that every protagonist gives at the beginning of every cycle. They change slightly with each time, which I haven't quite figured out the reason for yet. Basically, there are 4 types: empathy, sympathy, apathy, and antipathy. I don't know what antipathy means. I want to search that real quick. A deep-seated feeling of dislike, aversion, his fundamental antipathy to capitalism. Okay. These don't usually change that much, but they're enough to cause slight alterations to some properties of the story. Like in apathy cycles, Chio has a car. Is my stream still working for you? I got one of those alerts again. Anyway. Like in apathy cycles, Chio has a car and a license. She's the one who drives the route out to the shrine. But in sympathy cycles, she doesn't have a license and is a strong pup. So I took the sympathy route. Small differences like this are mostly how I've seen iteration types change in things so far. So I took the sympathy route then. It is for now. Okay, lovely. Okay. I got the gym. So, let's see. Now, how do I get back? Oh, never mind. I found it. That's probably just all the way back to where I was. So... Isn't that interesting, though? I kind of want to take the apathy route next, then. Same way I went. So I gotta go this way then. Did I go that way yet? I'm pretty sure I have. Okay, yeah, I did. I think. Like, that's where I got the song, isn't it? I think maybe it isn't until I unlock all those that I get to unlock these. So... There are still 3 chapters, by the way. Yeah, I am aware. I'm still playing through chapter 3. Unless you mean the game's unfinished. But anyway. Let's go down here. Oh my. No, it's finished. We just haven't gotten to 4, 5, 6 yet, is all. Okay. Does that mean 6 is all the chapter? Wait, hold on. Anyway, it is currently April 5th, 2021, layer 4 timescale. I'm finally starting work on TVO. I like the rainbow sky in the background. It's cute. It is currently March 19, 2022, layer 4 timescale, and what a day I've had. I have finally managed to send a version of the data generation client up to the 4th dimension. Albeit this version is very, very primitive, I just needed to get something up there. With how sending information between layers works, the first push is the most difficult part, so I can easily update the client without needing to charge up the energy to send it upwards for another year. I managed to make a connection with someone in the 4th dimension. They're helping release the program. I can only pray that this method works in the end. Okay. It tricked me for a minute. In case something happens. For TVO to work, I need to construct a version of the story. At first I was considering basing the events off the iteration type, but I don't think it would be a good idea to send that many alterations and possible outcomes between metalayers. So I had the idea for this sort of accumulated cycle approach, basically stringing together a storyline out of the bullet points of every cycle that's made it to Lock S. I'm calling the Schrödinger cycle. It'll be the storyline attached to a client that will get beamed up into the 4th dimension. Why did my stream just say no data? Is everything okay? My stream hates me. But, anyhow. Gosh. I read that already. And there's the portal. But what's up here? Song. Tormented Road. Oh my goodness. by food bot. I think I did really good on that. Probably. Anyway. Interesting title. Well, it technically is a tormented world with all the cycles they're going through. The main component of TVO is data generation. I ended up putting together a program to serve as the data generation client. It's a game. Users in the upper meta layer play the game, and it creates the data depending on how well they do. This data generation method allows me to gather organic metalayer data. If I had created something like a computer virus or a cryptocurrency miner that just maliciously ran idle on people's computers, the data would be vastly inferior and I'd feel bad. So I think creating a video game is the best way to go. I made the kind of games I used to love playing on my laptop. It's a rhythm game. The only problem is I keep playing it instead of working on it. Okay. I can't unlock that one yet. That means I missed a few things. Wait. I'm gonna go back in this, see what I missed. Because there was other paths here, wasn't there? Had to have been. I thought that was a wall! Oh, they're portals! Wait, what the fuck? It is currently March 8th, 2023, layer 4 timescale. Today was the first day I was able to actually send part of the Schrodinger cycle to layer 4. It covers everything from the disappearance of Suki to a bit after Lock P. I think this makes up for a good first chapter. Though the data generated through what we decided to call the demo phase was useful, it was only useful enough to supply continual updates to the data generation client. So my hope is that with this first full release, more people will have access to the data generation client. TVO, this is our last hope, our only chance to break the rules of the narrative and create a new opportunity, a new miracle. This? It came out from that way. Wait, what the fuck? That means I gotta go this way. Wait, huh? Woo! Gems. Do I want to fuck around here for a bit longer, or... Where am I even going? Looks like I'm just going around circles. Yeah, okay, bye. So... go over this way. Okay. Then I went this way. I want to go this way again. So, like... Okay, back to the portal. Very much interesting. Let's see if that lets me unlock stuff. Nope, it does not. So, where do I go then? Hmm. Okay, my aunt's acting funny. Um, anyway. Now, where do I go? Because I went every possible direction, didn't I? What's down? Unless... Ah, I didn't get this. It is currently cycle 16. I guess that works for a form of measurement. My theory of cycles have been confirmed. The narrative once again made it to what I've called Block S. Of course, the story remained the same this time as it did in cycle 8. So the narrative is looping in cycles. I entirely forgot to go back here. Now, what is... There's something here. I can't reach those. Or I can? I went down here, didn't I? The music stopped. This teleporter there. I wanted to be someone. I had a whole story ahead of me. And now, who am I? I'm recycling, reused in another narrative. Every day I still hold on to the desperate hope that someday my story will be told, but I'm not hopeful. That's what I thought for a while. But now, someone else is here, and I'm feeling the paradigms of reality beginning to shift again. How many times has this happened? I see something in the distance. Oh. So I have to unlock all of these. That's a lot. Yeah. I might not be able to get to chapter 4 this stream. Let me just change the stream name then. I'm not even sure if this is, like, the end yet. I know I'm reaching towards the end, but will I be able to, you know, get there? Okay, maybe I don't know I've done there. So that means I need to go in these and explore a bit more, I think. Maybe. That title looks a bit odd. Hold on. It's the only tile with 4, and yet nothing happens. I think I explored all I could here. And how about here? Can I go further down? No, I cannot. So I gotta restart this area, which probably isn't a bad idea. Either way, I'm gonna try the thingy thing again. Woo! I did it! Okay, let's see. Let's see what we find here. Today is January 13th, 2022. The only thing we can remember are our names and the date. We woke up on the ground in the middle of the road outside the Tanegashima police precinct. We would have gotten run over if we hadn't woken up sooner. According to the people nearby, we just appeared there. It's like we warped into existence. I'm not sure what's going on or why we can't remember anything. Did we get into some accident? No, that can't be it. I'm so confused. They lost their memories. What is that? Right. Hello. It's going fine. I'm losing my shit over having to explore this part of the puzzle, but yeah. We're not quite losing my shit, but definitely losing something. Peak. Okay, thank you. I'm just going wherever the gems lead me. Bit busy. Have a great stream. Why, thank you. Bye-bye. I'm mostly only finding gems here. Not that I'm complaining, I'm probably gonna need these, but like... Oh. Today is July 23rd, 2022. Kotomi's friend came in today to file a missing persons report. Apparently her sister went missing. She seems really impulsive and reckless. I hope she doesn't end up doing anything that might get her in trouble. I'm going to go through the process of getting a permit to invest. That's Eri. That has to be Eri. Just has to be. What's this way? A gym, hell yeah. What the fuck? Oh, there's some... Today is July 25th, 2022. Saturday went off to investigate the ferry terminal, and everyone's already leaving to the museum. I swear there's something off here, though. I found a book about world layers in Suki's drawer, and though it was all science mumbo-jumbo, I didn't understand something about it. Struck something inside me. Was I supposed to be here? Was it always just Kotomi and I? There was always one other, right? Kanchi. Who is she? Where is she? Wait, were the figures on Suki's shelf always arranged like that? I mentioned before the detective being fishy / referenced. And now they probably have another one because this mentions something about Kanchi. Doppelganger. Okay. Oh god, that just took most of my gems. Oh, what the fuck? I'm not cooked, there's no HP bar. I just won't get a high score. I wonder if Kanchi is Dawn. I'll theorize after this, because there's no HP bar, dies of death. You thought! But, anyway, as I was saying, the blue hair. Yeah, that's the blue-haired girl trying to show everyone the truth. That is Dawn, aka the Liberator. But maybe Kanchi is, in fact, Dawn. Because the report thing that was talking about Kanchi, maybe because she does have similarities with Eri and particularly Kotomi, as we've mentioned earlier in the stream. Damn, I was so sad that song, it only gave me 2 gems. I'm never playing that again. What's down this way? Ah, the portal. Got more to see in that area though, don't I? So I'm just gonna do it from the start. I went that way already, so I'm just gonna go up. Ooh! My nose is cold. So... So what if Sunset Arrive is Kotomi and Eri being put in the Duskbreaker? That's a possibility? Yeah. Pretty sure I went this way already. So I need to go down. Sunset Memory. Okay. January 22nd, 2022. Apparently I was a detective intern at the Tanegashima police department. That's what they said here anyway. I still have no memories of this. But it's nice to know that at least someone around here remembers us. I'm still trying to look into whatever caused us to lose our memories in the first place, but, well, I think I'd go insane if I didn't at least try to return to some sense of normalcy. Kotomi is taking it a lot better than I am. Okay. Interesting. Sunset Ranch. Today is March 30th, 2022. Kotomi came home today completely covered in ranch dressing. I asked her what the hell happened. She seemed genuinely too horrified to answer. I cleaned her up, but I'm worried about her. Is spending her time around that Saturday girl really good for her? Well, I guess she's the older one, so she can do as she likes. I'm not gonna keep cleaning up the ranch dressing if it happens again, though. Oh no. How do I... Is there something I'm missing? How am I supposed to know, silly? Da 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 da. Da 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 da. Okay, so I went this way. And this just goes up. I think I explored all I could. Yeah, I was absolute shit at those. So, back to the portal. Oh. Now, why did the music stop? Proof of soul. I don't have the gems for this. Chronostasis. Obtain an important object. Okay. I still need to get the gems for these, though. So I guess that means I'm exploring some more. Never mind, I'm stuck here. Um... Oh, okay. So then... maybe I gotta... Okay, I guess I gotta find all the songs again. Cause... I need the gems somehow. I think a song was up here. Oh, I wasn't even looking at OBS Studio. I didn't realize you already said better scores on the songs. So... let's see. It was a joke, but when you think about it... Oh. I didn't even realize it. We're so smart. But only when we're joking. I really like this song. It's a good song and probably an easier one compared to the other ones you encountered. Yeah, that doesn't make the other songs any less good though. It didn't give me gems. Okay, so I may or may not be stuck unless I go and do the other difficulties. So I can't just grind out the songs. Or I can if I have the balls to Do you think it would technically be cheating if I did this off stream? Because I feel like this would get boring to watch. Maybe you need to progress story-wise. I think I did all I could for right now. Okay, let's see how much of a shade job I did on that one. Oh, okay. I only got 2 gems. I'm not doing the hard mode. So maybe I should just do a once over on every area. You know what? I got 5 gems. Maybe I'll check out that report. I really don't want to have to do the locations again. It's getting boring. It's this way, right? It was. Uh, Today is December 23rd, 2020. That's Christmas Eve, isn't it? Wait, yeah, it is. I'm writing this log moments before stepping into the 4th atrium to perform the Dustbreaker test run. I started the Sunrise Foundation to help people in ways nobody else could, to create new futures using technology nobody else thought to use, and everything has been building to this day. We were deciding on who to use as the first human test subject, and I knew immediately who the right choice was. I fucking knew it! Are you watching this shit? Oh, you're not commenting yet. Okay, that's fine. I started all of this to help her, to heal her, to save her from the suffering from these that started when her sister died a decade ago. Oh my goodness, I was right. Tonight, we will perform the Duskbreaker's first ever human run on my daughter, Saturday. She was the test subject. Okay, is there anywhere else I could go? No? Okay. I need to get the gems. And to do that, I need to do the roles. And to do that, I need to return to Hub. I collected 152 diamonds, apparently. Wow. Um, I keep checking down here, I know, but like, I gotta check. Um, anyway. Let's check out that garbage place. I can't believe I predicted it, though. Okay, hold on. May have went that way already, so let's... Never mind, there's nothing down here. What about down here? This is where I came. Wait, no, I knew there was somewhere I didn't go. What's this? It's a TV. Shit, I think I'm screwed. I say as I find another gem. Tab around times. That seems like... I'm pressing tab and spinning around. I don't know what this is supposed to accomplish. Okay, never mind. Today is April 2nd, 2019. In the process of attempting to document my brief encounter with the fourth dimension, I coined what I'm calling the meta-layer concept. It's the only way I've been able to describe what I've discovered about how the universe works. Basically, imagine that this universe, everything about it, from all the space that will ever exist to all the time that will ever exist, is a world layer. To us, we can look down into other meta layers because we see them as fiction. So for our third dimension, the layer of fiction that exists below us would be the second dimension. But there exist infinitely extending layers that span upwards as well. To the people that reside in those layers, everything about our universe would be to them what fiction is to us. This is the meta-layer concept. For how well it pertains to the Duskbreaker project, I'll write in another log. Interesting. Is there anywhere else I can go? This puzzle again. Okay. So I gotta be very careful with where I go. Okay, so there's nothing new there. How about down here? Because there has to be some things I missed, right? Achieve a B rank or higher on a difficulty 10 song higher. Oh, I got an achievement. Yeah, I didn't get any gems to show for it. What the fuck? Well, screw you too, game. So there's nothing else here. So... Alright, let's see the story. Cause... It worked! Oh, my camera went out again. The story remains unfinished. That's upside down. Shatter your fate. Okay. hand. Oh my goodness. Fast wish middle 12 plus. Vivid Stasis version. Oh dear, I do not have confidence in this. Oh. So anyway. Okay, there it is. It's because I had it on middle on accident for whatever reason. But for right now, let me just fix my VTuber model again. It likes to lose tracking nowadays for whatever reason. Oh, come on now, did it really stop? What the fuck, man? I'll just play a little bit again without it. I'm probably still gonna fail the opening too. What the fuck? I wonder why they put it upside down. You know, I don't think I've ever seen a free game take so long to finish. Like, this game is free on Steam. And it has, like... I feel like this should have been a paid game.
I want this.
Oh, what the fuck? Can the chart maybe not do this?
Can you hear me? This
Huh?
isn't over. You know it isn't. Everything that's happened so far was all for this moment. Please, I need your help.
Oh my goodness.
Find me.
Find you? Oh. Something's happening in the in-between. Oh! A new door. Okay, chapter 4, Hidden Boundary. Haji, Meili, and Sky Our Works presents a game by Team Vivid Stasis. The future arc. Okay. Give me a second, I gotta get my VTuber back on screen. It's being very mean to me. Alright. Check this out. Okay, there's no chapter 3 here. I mean, no chapter 4. So I gotta go in the between space again, probably. Gotta get 160. Damn. I am struggling. So I checked there. Done that. I've done all of those. I wonder if anything's changed, actually. I mean, this room's darker. Okay, there's probably nothing new. Aside from that, thingy thing. I'm still gonna check, though. Hmm. So, anyway. Maybe I should, quit for the night, cause this is confusing and I don't have the motivation anymore, for right now. But, it was really fun. I will see you next time I stream. Goodbye.